Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, could you please canvass the House to see if there is leave to expedite consideration of Bill 41, the Provincial Court Amendment Act, Bill 221, the Earlier Screening for Breast Cancer Act, and Bill 223, the Indigenous Veterans Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act, amended today as follows. At the top of orders of the day, the House will consider second reading of Bill 41 with the following limited debate provisions to apply. First, the Minister of Justice may speak for up to 5 minutes. Then, a question period may be held in accordance with Sub-Rule 137.5. Next, a member from the official opposition may speak up for up to 5 minutes. Lastly, each independent member may speak for up to 5 minutes, and the Speaker shall then put the question. Once Bill 41 passes second reading, Bills 41, 221, and 223 shall be immediately referred to the Committee of the Whole. Once the Committee of the Whole rises and the chairperson reports back to the House will immediately consider concurrence and third reading of Bills 41, 221, and 223. The following limited debate provisions will apply to Bill 41. First, the bill sponsor may speak for up to 5 minutes. Next, a member of the official opposition may speak for up to 5 minutes. Lastly, each independent member may speak for up to 5 minutes, and the Speaker shall then put the question. The following limited debate provisions will apply to Bill 221 and 223. First, the sponsor may speak for up to 5 minutes. Next, a member from another recognized party may speak for up to 5 minutes. Lastly, each independent member may speak for up to 5 minutes, and the Speaker shall then put the question. The House will not see the clock until all the House business outlined in this request has been completed.
Is there leave for the House to consider Bills 41, 221, and 223 as described by the official opposition House Leader? Is there leave? I hear a no. Leave has been denied. So, routine proceedings, introduction of bills, committee reports, tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education and Training.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am pleased to table the annual reports for the year ending June 30th, 2024 for Assiniboine College and Manitoba Institute of Trades and Technology.
Further tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am pleased to rise today and table the Public Service Group Insurance Fund, Benefit Summary, Auditor's Report, and Financial Statements for the year ended April 30th, 2024.
Any further tabling of reports? Ministerial statements. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today in honour of Remembrance Day. Our government joins Manitobans in paying respect and remembrance to our brave veterans, our fallen soldiers, and to those who are serving in the armed forces today. Their sacrifice and service has given all of us, as Canadians and Manitobans, a great gift, one that can never truly be repaid, but one for which we offer our undying gratitude. They fought for democracy, for peace, for freedom, for a country that upholds these values, and for all people to build a good life here and abroad. Generations of Manitobans who came before us answered Canada's call to fight for these values. At Vimy Ridge, Capion, Kandahar, and in so many other places, they faced the danger and gave their blood, sweat, and tears. I think too of Juno Beach. Earlier this year, our Premier and the Special Envoy for Military Affairs joined surviving veterans to honor their bravery at a ceremony with our allies in Normandy. They honored the brave young soldiers who 80 years ago marched up the beach and came face to face with fascism and sought to defend our freedoms. At this ceremony, they stood with Manitoban veterans like Jim Parks. They stood together on that same beach to honor the bravery those young men showed and the victory that they won for all of us. And when MLA Pankratz expressed his deepest thank you,
Order, please. Just a reminder, we can't use someone's name. You have to use their constituency name or ministerial name. Honorable Minister of Justice.
and when the member for Waverley expressed his deepest thank you for their sacrifice defending our freedoms, their simple but profound reply was, "You're welcome. Enjoy it." These veterans' heroism echoes through the corridors of this building, in the honor rolls and books of remembrance that adorn the halls. A reminder to all of us that our work is made possible by the sacrifice of these men and women who served our country. I also want to acknowledge that tomorrow, November 8th, is National Aboriginal Veterans Day. Thousands of Indigenous people from Manitoba and coast to coast served our country with bravery and distinction. I think today of Sergeant Tommy Prince from Broken-Head Ojibwe Nation, who fought courageously in Europe and Korea, but who faced rejection and discrimination instead of the hero's welcome he deserved. We honor him and all of his Indigenous comrades in arms who were denied the recognition they deserved in their own lifetimes, but whose service will never be forgotten. That is the promise that we must offer to veterans, past, present, to never forget, not just once a year, but all year round. When we vote in this place, here in the People's Building, let us remember the soldiers, sailors, the airmen and women whose sacrifice makes this very act possible. Let's also remember the costs of war. Let's remember those who, after serving, came home with wounds both visible and invisible. Our solemn pledge must be that no one who serves our country and comes back with mental or physical injuries is ever left behind. That the love of a grateful province and country is expressed by providing the support that veterans need to heal. And let's remember to pass on their stories, particularly as the stories of veterans who served in World War I, World War II, and the Korean War increasingly fade from living memory. It's our generation's duty to ensure the future generations know and understand these stories, that they live on through the ages. The young people who fought in Flanders Field or to liberate Holland endure forever in our collective memory. These young people paid the price of admission for every Canadian, no matter who you are or where you came from, to be a part of this great country. For this, we thank them and we remember them. Today and on November 11th, I encourage every Manitoban to do the same and to know that we must never take those hard-fought and those hard-won ideals, freedom, peace, and democracy, for granted, lest we forget. I ask, Honourable Speaker, that we observe a moment of silence after the last speaker to the member's statement.
Is there leave for a moment of silence after the last speaker has spoken to this? Leave has been agreed. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise to encourage us all to pause and honor the brave Canadians of our armed forces who have served in the past and are serving our nation today with extraordinary courage and commitment. I'd like to begin by sharing a few personal stories. For those that don't know, I was raised in a military family. I spent the first 16 years of my life being part of a military family. The first 3.5 years of my life deployed to Germany with my father. And I had an absentee father for serving in the military for 6 months while he served in Egypt, the Golan Heights, the Gaza Strips, as well as his deployment to European nations under the NATO banner. Generations of men and women have answered the call to protect not only our freedoms, but to stand for justice and peace across the world. Their sacrifices remind us of the true cost of this peace that we must cherish today and always. Tomorrow, I will be attending a service in Brandon for Indigenous Veterans Day, and I would like to also remember the sacrifices and the services of our Indigenous veterans. Throughout history, Canadians have stood resilience in the face of adversity, whether in the fields of Europe, the skies of Korea, or on peacekeeping missions around the world. Their dedication and selflessness reflects Canada's defining commitment to freedom and the protection of human rights. We owe them a debt that can never really be fully paid, but one that we must strive to honor every day by upholding the values for which they fought. For it was on November 11th at 11 a.m. in 1918, the world marked the moment when armies ceased fighting in the First World War. It is now a time that we recognize the memory of those who served by honoring the over 100,000 Canadian soldiers who gave their lives in the First and Second World Wars to protect our way of life as we have today. As Veterans Affairs Canada urges, we must carry forward their legacy, passing the torch of remembrance to future generations. Wearing a poppy and observing 2 minutes of silence may seem like a small gesture, but they hold profound meaning. These acts of gratitude and reverence reflect our acknowledgement of the sacrifices, our promise to remember, and our shared commitment to a more peaceful world. Let us hold their memories close to our hearts, not only on November 11th, but throughout the year. They gave their lives for our future. May we honor their sacrifices by never taking our freedoms for granted. To quote the poem entitled "For the Fallen" by Lawrence Binyon, they shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. As we reflect on the sacrifices of the past, we also extend our deepest gratitudes to the brave men and women who currently serve in our armed forces. Your dedication, your resilience, and unwavering commitment to safeguarding our values inspires us all. Every day, you uphold the legacy of those who came before you, standing watch over our freedom and peace with courage and with honor. We thank you for your service, your strength, and your sacrifice, lest we forget.
We could all rise for a moment of silence. Before moving on, there are some guests in the gallery that I would like to take a moment to introduce. We have seated in the public gallery from Children of the Earth High School 61, grade 10 students under the direction of Michelle Arnaud and Tyler Nepew. They're guests of the Honourable Member for Point Douglas, and we welcome you all here today. Member statements. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I'm proud to recognize the Winnipegosis Historical Society. This volunteer group collects and preserves human and natural history in Winnipegosis, Mossy River Municipality, and surrounding area. This group is led by Joe Bunka, a retired teacher who has served on the board since 1987. Joe is the president and a volunteer. They've overseen summer staff, apply for grants, and research for more information. Winnipegosis Historical Society has established 2 award-winning museums. The Winnipegosis Museum features over 90 displays of unique things in the area. The collection reflects the lifestyles of First People and later settlers. The Med House, a historical Winnipegosis home, offers a glimpse into the early Manitoba healthcare system. The Society has a strong partnership, including the Mossy River Municipality, the Little Muddy Waters Métis Local, and local businesses, schools, and communities. Volunteers fundraise and coordinate events and preserve history. This work is vital to the identity of Winnipegosis. Thank you to these dedicated volunteers, and I'm pleased to recognize 2 volunteers that are in attendance today, Brian and Diane Tumac of Winnipegosis, but I also request the names of those involved in the Historical Society be added to answers, and the board members include Joe Bunka, Faye Adam, Ruth Wright, Aileen Rostetsky, Terry Wood, Loretta Dick, Alice Sahuka, Linda Braszewski, Diane Tumac, and Ernest Clarkson. Thank you so much.
Good job, Ron.
The honourable member for Turtle Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as we are all aware, it is the commitment of volunteers who give their time and their efforts to keep history alive throughout our province. I am proud that I have many such sites and many such volunteers in my constituency of Turtle Mountain, and today being the last day we're here gathered before the Remembrance Day, I would like to recognize the Darlingford War Memorial and the volunteers that ensure that we don't forget. Over 100 years ago, a local farmer donated land so that the memorial could be built within sight of the local school, so that the school children could see the words, "Least we forget," in their daily lives. In 1992, the memorial was declared a provincial heritage site, and today the condition and the structure and the surrounding grounds speak volumes of the dedication of the local community. According to the Manitoba Historical Society, this memorial is the only freestanding memorial building in all of Manitoba with its sole function of commemorating the War of Dead. This summer, I had the pleasure of joining the local residents while they were celebrating the town's 125th anniversary, where the population of Darlingford quadrupled for the weekend. When I had the opportunity to see the memorial for the first time, it looked like a building you would see in Europe, with the artistic design and its multicolored brick structure. The memorial grounds are meticulously maintained by the committee and dedicated community members, and on behalf of all Manitobans, I want to thank them for preserving this our history. Honourable Speaker, I would like to commend all the volunteers in the community of Darlingford on their amazing efforts to keep the memory alive of our fallen soldiers. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The honourable member for the Maples.
Honourable Speaker, today I rise to recognize Rob Aberson, who is a valuable team member at my local superstore. Rob began his journey with SCE LifeWorks through Project Research, a secondary school-to-work program for students with intellectual disabilities. Rob's willingness to develop meaningful skills was evident, completing his program with a solid foundation to confidently enter any workforce. During his years with Project Research, Rob completed rotations at Civil Service Commission, Justice HR, Manitoba Hydro's Commissioning Department, and Family and Service Labor. After graduating, Rob joined SCE LifeWorks Sport Employment Services, where an employment consultant helped him pursue different jobs. Rob worked in the Civil Service Commission, Western Plus, and Safe Bay, and even he worked as a frontline worker during the pandemic. Now he has a permanent position at Superstore. Traveling long distance through our Manitoba weather, Rob recently participated in Take Your MLA to Work, guiding me through his work at his store for Disability Employment Awareness Month. We champion programs like this so that folks like Rob can live dignified life. Rob Iverson is so dedicated that he chose to go to work instead of joining us here in the gallery today. Please join me in celebrating Rob, SCE LifeWorks Manitoba, Lena Hamilton, Manager Supported Employment Services, and Kelly Valadu, team led for their hard work and dedication to our community.
The honourable member for Fort White.
Honorable Speaker, for over 100 years in this chamber, elected representatives have come to share the hopes and aspirations of Manitobans. People of various backgrounds and experiences representing different political parties have had the opportunity to come here to freely express themselves and participate in our democracy. That freedom is cherished, but it has not been free. It comes at a cost. This Remembrance Day, we will again have the chance to remember the Manitobans and pause, to reflect and to be grateful. We will remember the men and women who have served this great country in the past and who do so today so that we can participate in democracy, so that our children and their children can know the freedom we have been blessed with. Most often, their sacrifice has been made by young Manitobans. Some of them have been immortalized. Frederick Hall, Lionel Clark, Robert Shackland. We remember them through Valley Road. We honor them and many more with medals of bravery and a moment of silence. Most of those that have sacrificed for our freedom will never know us, but they served because they believed in the rights of generations of people they would never know to live in freedom. That is their greatest legacy. Most of us can truly not understand the courage it takes to offer one's life for the freedom of others. That takes a special kind of person, a special kind of courage. And those Manitobans and Canadians who have served in our armed forces and who do so today are worthy of honoring. They are worthy of remembering. On November 11th, Remembrance Day, at the 11th hour, let us all be still. Let us all reflect. Let us all remember the sacrifices made by others so that we can live in the greatest country in the world. Honorable Speaker, I ask for us in the chamber to rise today for a moment of silence to show respect and honor all of those that have served and sacrificed so much for this great country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I'm honored to recognize the remarkable contributions of Students Offering Support, or SOS, a student-led group of 15 committed youth from grades 9 to 12 at R.D. Parker Collegiate in Thompson. Founded over a decade ago as a student extension of the Hope North Suicide Prevention Network, SOS has continued its mission to promote mental wellness even after Hope North was disbanded. This dedicated group stands as a testament to the power of youth advocacy in mental health, striving to make a difference through empathy and action. They are now connected with JACK.org, a national organization that brings together high school and university advocates to combat mental health stigma and empower youth across Canada. One of SOS's most notable projects this year was inspired by a social media post from Manitoba Kiwetnik Okamahanak. MKO reached out to the community for donations of gently used winter jackets for their Wellbriety Center in Thompson, which provides holistic care for individuals facing addictions, trauma, and homelessness. Understanding that basic needs are foundational to mental wellness, SOS took action, organizing a winter clothes drive within their school. The response was overwhelming, Honorable Speaker. They collected over 40 jackets, 86 hats, 20 hoodies, and additional bags of mitts, scarves, socks, ski pants, and footwear. Their compassionate response shows their understanding of community and the importance of dignity and warmth for those in need. But SOS's efforts don't stop there. They are also running a food drive to support both the Wellbriety Center and the Thompson Seniors Community Resource Council's Food Hamper program. Additionally, they contribute to a birthday box program that provides party supplies to youth in remote northern communities, ensuring every child has a chance to celebrate. Please join me in commending SOS for their impactful work and dedication to building a compassionate, supportive community in Manitoba. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The member for Fort White did ask for another moment of silence. Is there leave for us to rise once more to honor our veterans? Agreed and so ordered. Question, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And we are here today in this democratic institution because of the sacrifice of so many men and women who paid the ultimate price for our freedom. And on this upcoming Remembrance Week, we need to thank a veteran, not just this coming week, but each and every day that we have here in this great province of ours. As well, Honourable Speaker, this coming weekend, this Saturday, Blue Bombers are poised to take the Western Final in front of a sold-out crowd. Go Bombers, go. Well, let's now get, Honourable Speaker, to the question at hand. The out-of-control, random violence plaguing our communities and Manitobans get a boilerplate answer from this Premier. He turns to his left, pats his Justice Minister on the head and says, "You're doing a great job." Well, Honourable Speaker, the senior assaulted, carjacked and run over would disagree. The bus driver begging not to get shot.
Member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You know, I think all members of this House recognize that we get to do the work that we do thanks to veterans, thanks to folks who literally laid their lives on the line so that our country could be a democratic society and that we are able to enjoy the freedoms and privileges that we have and the responsibilities as well that we have. And so I would encourage all Manitobans across the province to not only wear the poppies that we are so proud to wear, but to get out and support your local legions, to in some way, shape, or form take your own opportunity to reflect on what it means to be a Canadian, to be a Manitoba, and enjoy the freedoms that folks made many sacrifices for us to have, and to do that.
First time has expired. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
So let's try this again, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Manitobans have never seen a government that is even more oblivious to the crisis around them. Every day, another Manitoban is a victim of random, unprovoked crime. And every day, this Premier talks about his gas tax. He tells Manitobans to have a Happy Meal and shut up. Happy Meals aren't cutting it. Happy Meals aren't stopping copper thefts. Happy Meals aren't stopping employees from being threatened. And Happy Meals aren't stopping transit from becoming the Wild West. Intercity Alive's executive director says if we don't get ahead of this thing, it's going to get much worse. How much worse does it have to take before this premier wakes up and admit that he has failed Manitobans on community safety, Honourable Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honorable Speaker, and I say this as a former athlete myself, we on this side of the House are thrilled to wish the Bombers all the best on Saturday as they represent all of us in the Western Finals. On this side of the House, we take public safety very, very seriously. We want for all Manitobans, no matter where they live, to be safe and feel safe in their communities. We do recognize that over 7.5 years of a previous Heather Stephenson government, there's a lot of work to do in order to move public safety in an ongoing good direction. We've made a lot of investments to fix the damage done in terms of public safety by the previous administration, and we're committed to doing that work so that Manitobans can go enjoy things like Bomber games safely in our province. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Beautiful. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, I quote, "Everyone has become a target." This is the view of the North End business chair. When a courier is bear sprayed and robbed in St. John's, we hear silence, nothing from the MLA for St. John's. When a store is robbed at gunpoint in Point Douglas, we hear nothing from the MLA for Point Douglas. Honourable Speaker, when seniors are randomly stabbed in Union Station, we hear nothing from their MLA. Manitobans deserve more than silence and talking points, Honourable Speaker. Silence and talking points have not prevented a single violent incident under this Canoe government. Why, instead of protecting Manitobans, has this failed government instead made them all targets, Honourable Speaker?
The Honourable Minister for Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, on that side of the House, they are very, very well practiced at making people targets. Just look at their most recent election campaign, where they target and the families of victims, murder victims in this province, something that is condemned wholly by members of parliaments across the country and internationally. On this side of the House, we are focused on making investments that keep people safer, which is exactly what we've done. We've invested in security opportunities, rebates, so that businesses can take steps to keep their businesses safer, so that folks can keep their homes safer. We're investing in foot patrols being increased in core areas of our communities. We're doing the work of making communities safer. We know there's much more to do.
Your time has expired. The Honourable Member for Roblin.
Today is the NDP's last chance to do the right thing for Manitoba women. They could set their toxic partisanship aside, pass the Earlier Screening for Breast Cancer Act, and be accountable for their own promises. Bill 221 would not only legislate a firm timeline to lower the screening age, but would also ensure annual reporting on mammogram numbers, an essential accountability measure. Why is this NDP government so afraid to legislate a timeline that they themselves told Manitobans they could meet? Is it because deep down the NDP has no intention of meeting this promise? Or are they just unwilling to accept this level of accountability?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, on this side of the House, we listen to the women across this province who tell us what their needs are when it comes to health care, which is why we have made investments in boosting capacity when it comes to women's health care across Manitoba. We've made investments to make sure that women and those who need it can get free birth control here in our own province. We have made investments to make sure there's more people on the front lines of the healthcare system to deliver quality healthcare to women across Manitoba. And yes, we've taken steps to actively lower the screening age, breast cancer screening age for women. Now, if that member looks to her right and her left, she'll find people who actually voted against those initiatives. If she looks to her row behind her and the one further back, they voted against those initiatives. Will she answer for that?
Time has expired. The honourable member for Roblin on a supplementary question.
I want to share Shannon Coates' story, which I'll table for the minister to read. Shannon was diagnosed with aggressive stage 3 breast cancer at age 42. She has since endured 16 rounds of chemotherapy, a double mastectomy, and countless painful side effects. Thankfully, Shannon is still with us today. Women like Shannon are exactly the reason that Manitoba women deserve the assurance that the breast cancer screening age will be lowered with a firm deadline. Earlier screening saves lives. The NDP should not be afraid to fully commit to Manitoba women. Will they do the right thing and pass Bill 221 today?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, our government has been listening to women like Shannon each and every day, and we will continue to, which is why we have lowered the breast screening age here in Manitoba. But what happened for 7.5 years under the previous government? Why is it our healthcare system is in the state that it is? Why is it that women's healthcare was set in decades back? Why is it, Honourable Speaker? Well, it's because the PCs under Heather Stephenson cut women's healthcare for 7.5 years in a row. That is a shameful record that has hurt women across this province. She needs to answer for it.
The honourable member for Roblin on a final supplementary question.
The NDP has repeatedly claimed to be open to collaboration, but their actions tell a different story. In the middle of debate on Bill 221, they threw together a press conference at the last minute to claim they were now able to meet a new deadline that 2 weeks earlier they said they couldn't meet. It's clear their intent was simply to make Bill 221 go away. The NDP must understand, if they choose not to be held accountable, if they don't live up to their promise, women will die needlessly of a late breast cancer diagnosis. This is the last chance for this minister to do the right thing. How much are their words worth if they refuse to pass a bill that would protect and save women's lives in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
On this side of the House, we believe that all women across this province deserve the best access to health care, which is why we have invested in making sure that we have more access to women's health care services in this province, free access to birth control. We're investing in more mammographers doing breast cancer screening. We're actively lowering the breast screening age. On that side of the House, they closed the Mature Women's Health Centre, the very place women would go to get that information for their breast health earlier. They cut mobile breast cancer screening multiple times. They attacked women's health care for years. And now they're trying to cut corners and pretend they care about women's health. On this side of the House, we're taking real action for women because we stand with women. We'll do that every single day of every single year we're working for you in Manitoba.
Time has expired. The honourable member for Midland.
Honourable Speaker, quote, as the Minister of Families, you are responsible for helping all Manitobans access the services and supports they need to thrive, end quote. This was the mandate given to the MLA for St. John's, a mandate she has utterly failed. When Miley Grattan called this minister for help accessing services and supports she needed, she was ignored, and the result was tragedy. When Pat McNorgan called this minister for help accessing services and supports for a small child living in a homeless camp, they were ignored. I table this article for the minister. If witnessing 3 homeless adults, and I quote, openly injecting drugs while the child played around them isn't enough to get the minister to answer the phone, then what will?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Manitobans, all Manitobans have a duty to ensure that we are acting in the best way for all children. I want to thank folks who took that duty seriously and called into our CFS partners. All protection orders are always investigated, Honourable Speaker, no matter where they happen or when they happen. And I think that it's important to understand that this incident was investigated and CFS supports were offered and also checked in afterwards.
The honourable member for Midland on a supplementary question.
These are very serious situations that have occurred under this minister's watch. From the article I tabled earlier, quote, "It is such a shame that the agencies could not have helped this child. She, like so many others, have fallen through the cracks." Pat McNorgan is simply a concerned citizen, and it's unfortunate that the minister doesn't share their concerns. This minister has a pattern of hiding investigations that her department has undertaken from the public. And so I asked the minister, will she release the recommendations from her investigation?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
The member opposite has to be clear. Either she's indicating I'm not investigating and I'm not doing my job, and now she's saying that I am investigating and I'm not releasing those reports. She needs to make up her mind on that. Let me just reiterate for members opposite, including the critic, all matters are investigated by CFS partners, including this latest incident. And I want to say again, so that folks hear me, that supports were offered and there was follow-up from a concerned citizen who brought forward concerns that was immediately investigated literally within hours.
The honourable member for Midland on a final supplementary question.
Can the Minister of Families assure Manitobans that as of November 7th, 2024, there are no underage children living in homeless encampments?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
From day one, our government has prioritized the protections of Manitoba children and youth. Our department is working every single day to put in place preventative resources, wraparound supports, and the measures that we need to put protections for children and youth. We've invested $420 million into child welfare. One of the things that members opposite don't get is that it's their former failed government that dissolved the Healthy Child Committee of Cabinet. They don't have a leg to stand on when they're talking about trying to care about children. They didn't care then, and they certainly don't care now.
The honourable member for Spruce Woods.
Parents in Manitoba and educational leaders have reacted quite rightly with shock and disbelief that the minister's solution to addressing a staffing crisis in teachers is to remove all standards for those pursuing a career in education at the university level. Not only did she remove the 30 credit hour major teachable and the 18-hour minor credit teachable, she reduced and removed the 6 credit hour requirements for math, science, one of Canada's official languages, history, and geography. And she was quite proud to suggest, or quite loud in suggesting that she was proud to do so. So how is this going to improve Manitoba student outcomes?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and our government is absolutely proud of these regulatory amendments that we've put forward. It's unfortunate that the member opposite doesn't seem to understand the regulations that were put forward and how that they are going to help teachers and students in Manitoba. What the truth is, Honourable Speaker, is that under the PCs, there was a huge increase in uncertified teachers, particularly in rural and northern areas. For 7.5 years, Honourable Speaker, the PCs did absolutely nothing to help schools and school divisions address the issue of teacher shortages in this province that happened under their watch. They cut operational funding, they attacked students in classrooms, and on this side of the House, we're doing the work that's going to support teachers and students reach the math outcomes and other outcomes that they're looking for. We know that the best—
Order. Member's time has expired. And I would ask the opposition bench to please calm down I can't hear what's being said when you're all heckling, so please tone it down. The honourable member for Spruce Woods.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm glad the Minister is doubling down on this commitment, but I don't think that's going to go over very well with Manitoba parents. It's typical NDP. Make a large promise, fail to deliver, and then lower standards to attempt to save face. We saw it with paramedics. When they committed to hiring more paramedics, couldn't do so, and then so earlier this summer, removed the requirement for paramedic students to study anatomy and physiology as part of their programming, because why would you want a paramedic who's taken an anatomy class to be servicing Manitoba patients? So why is this NDP government intent on implementing the lowest professional standards nationwide for teachers and paramedics?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Honourable Speaker, once again, the member opposite is incorrect. And once again, members opposite continue their pattern of disrespect towards teachers and professionals in this province. On this side of the House, we are so proud of the professional standards. We know that we have the best teachers in the country here in Manitoba. Support for these regulatory amendments that were done in consultation with, and let me list them, the Council of Deans of Education in Manitoba. The Deans of the Bachelor of Education programs here in Manitoba support these changes. They are the experts, and we will listen to them. We also listen to the Manitoba Aboriginal Language Strategy. We listen to the Manitoba Teachers Society, who are fully on board with these changes.
Time has expired. Order! Order! I would caution the minister about hollering across the way when her time to answer a question is done. The honourable member for Spruce Woods.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm sorry to hear the Minister is so angry about these questions, but Manitoba parents have reached out to all of us, and I know they've reached out to them because they've CC'd me on their emails, very concerned about these regulatory changes that the Minister is making. They will make us the lowest standard of education requirements in the country, and Manitobans want to understand, we respect the teachers that are teaching in our system right now, but this is lowering the standard to less than those teachers who are practicing education had to achieve. So why doesn't this minister think that teachers should have to have taken math, science, history, and an official language in order to be able to teach those same subjects to Manitoba students?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Honourable Speaker, we know that the best way to improve math and other outcomes here in Manitoba is to make sure that students have more one-to-one time with their teachers. And that's why we are so proud to have hired more than 630 educators here in Manitoba. Educators were leaving the system under their watch. We are bringing them back. It is that side of the House, Honourable Speaker, that cut the legislation that demanded small class sizes, making class sizes increase and decreasing the amount of time that students had with their teachers. On this side of the House, we are investing a $30 million historic investment in the Universal School Nutrition Program. That is how you improve educational outcomes here in Manitoba, Honourable Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Earlier this week, the minister was tripping all over herself, claiming credit for the crack commando committee tasked with cleaning up the sea of syringes in the Swan River area. But yesterday, she tried to walk back on this ownership of these committees so fast that it gave the members whiplash. Typical of the NDP, the minister told Manitobans that she wants the credit, but none of the consequences. So we'll try again. Of the 500,000 needles that this minister has distributed in Swan River, a population of only 4,000, how many have been safely disposed of? 20%? 5%? Or zero?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Addictions and Homelessness. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Addictions and Homelessness.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. And you know what? I want to thank those folks that are on the front lines doing the work and providing harm reduction services, health care services to those that need the support that they need. Unlike members opposite who turned a blind eye day after day, allowed folks in Manitoba to lose their lives. These are Manitobans. These are folks that they represented, that they refused to represent. We won't take that approach. Harm reduction is about supporting people, helping them to get the care that they need. That means health care. These folks don't understand what harm reduction means. Folks in Swan River, when I met with the mayor and council in the Reef, they understand that it means providing care and meeting them where they are. So we've invested.
The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. The minister says she put on her steel-toed boots and waded through the sea of syringes littering daycares, playgrounds, sidewalks, parks, and many public spaces in Swan River. Manitobans can see that this minister's priorities when she can rattle off the fact that she's distributed needles in town of only 4,000 people, but has zero clue of how many have been safely disposed of. Will the minister make use of the upcoming constituency week to learn her file and bring answers instead of baffle bag into this chamber when it comes to the crisis that has been created?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness.
Well, I find it hard to believe that he was a former police chief and he was there to serve and protect Manitobans. What did he do on that side? Crime went up over 12% under their watch in 2021. Crime went up over 2022, 20%, 22%. They gave out 200,000 needles in 2020 without any disposal plan. In 2022, they gave out 300,000 needles in Swan River without any disposal plan. We have a plan. Unlike members opposite, we're working with the community. We are working with our service delivery organizations with
Members'
them
time
to
has
make.
expired. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. While this chamber can often be overly partisan, I believe everyone should be properly attired before handling used and dirty needles. So in the interest of non-partisanship, can the member or the minister assure this House that she wore puncture-resistant gloves while personally picking up needles in Swan River? And does she prefer the Cut-X-coated, cut-resistant gloves with the nitrile coating on the palms, or the grip cutter abrasion, puncture, and hypodermic needle-resistant gloves made with Alicor? And will these be distributed to the crack committee?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Addictions and Homelessness.
It's pretty sad that a man on that side will tell a woman on this side what they should and shouldn't wear. I'm sorry, but the dark days of that government on that side telling any of us what we should do in Manitoba are done. That's why those members are sitting on that side, because they refuse to listen to Manitobans. We've listened to Manitobans and we've invested in supports for addiction supports. 1,121.
Order. The Honourable Member for Selkirk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Last week I asked the Minister to implement requests from the RM of St. Andrews for basic public safety improvements for the intersection of Highways 8 and 67. The fire chief called for lights for the stop signs as well as intersection ahead signs. Road safety is a concern we all share, so I asked the minister, what is the status of these basic upgrades?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I appreciate having a question about infrastructure. It was very specific questions, so I would recommend that the minister reach out to the department for specific details. I also have made it very clear there are 1,000 infrastructure projects in the works right now, and the up-to-date details for all of them are available online as we speak. I am so proud of the work that's happening in this department. All that side of the House did was cut, slash, and burn. We're here to build Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk on a supplementary question.
Mr. Pershaw had a lot of ribbons.
Honourable Speaker, last week I spoke to the minister in this House about that specific intersection. She said she would meet with her team to discuss it. Did she meet with her team to discuss wiring up a light and digging a hole? If it's a matter of manpower, I will gladly work with the minister to coordinate a couple of volunteers to get the job done. She just has to provide the sign and the light, and we will take care of the responsibility. Is she committed to installing these safety devices today?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is a really good time to mention there's a lot of woman power in the minister's office for the Minister for Transportation and Infrastructure. There's a lot of women power in the department as well. We tend to call it labor, workers. We don't need to use old-fashioned misogynist language to talk about the workers that do our work. We have engineers across the spectrum of gender. We have road workers that do this work for us in our department, and I'm so proud of the work that they are doing to build this province despite all the cuts in the past.
Order. The Honourable Member for Selkirk.
Honourable Speaker, I met with the minister many months ago and asked for these improvements. The RM wrote her directly and asked for the improvements. The local experts on the ground that have to respond to the accidents at this intersection have made it clear that they need a light, they need signs, they need a passing lane. 2 out of the 3 can be done quickly. I'm offering to help. Will she commit today to this immediate installation? Or is there talk of road safety just that, just talk?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We have requests from, I've met with over 100 municipalities and First Nations. We weigh these requests out as a department. We look at the most immediate safety needs. We have stood up the road safety unit that is helping address safety issues across the entire 96,000 kilometers of highway infrastructure. And we create priorities based on also recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Panel. A lot of important work is happening in the department after coming into a department that was at 30%
The Honourable
vacancy.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Swan River and Portage La Prairie will come to order. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Chair. Thank you, Speaker. We were at a 30% vacancy rate in this department with budgets that were slashed and burned for years. So we are doing the work of standing up this department and getting the province built. Good job,
The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Honorable Speaker, we are still dealing with the mess the failed Stephenson government made in healthcare. They reduced capacity, closed emergency rooms, fired doctors and nurses, and intentionally curated a crisis before, during, and after the global pandemic first hit. Well, Honorable Speaker, it is a new day here in Manitoba. Manitobans elected our government to fix the mess created by members' opposite's disregard for people across our great province who rely on healthcare. Honorable Speaker, can the Minister of Health please update the House on the health human resource progress we've made in just the first year of our NDP government?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
I'd like to thank my colleague for Radisson for that really great question. Manitobans gave us a clear direction to fix the healthcare mess left by the Heather Stephenson government. And I'm proud to say that we've hired a net new 873 healthcare workers to the front lines of our healthcare system. This includes 304 nurses, 290 healthcare aides, 116 doctors, 80 allied healthcare professionals, and 61 medical residents. We've added training seats across professions to build capacity. Under the PCs, we lost 500 nurses. We are taking an approach of care and compassion, and we are on our way to hire a net new 1,000 healthcare workers. There's still work to do, and we're going to get it done. But where the PCs cut, we're building. Where Manitobans couldn't count on them, they can count on us. We're doing this for Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it concerns me that I even need to ask this question. But this week, there have been 3 separate multi-vehicle collisions due to road conditions. And tragically, a man died yesterday. All Manitobans' hearts go out to the family and the community. No Manitoban should have to worry about road safety, especially on major traffic routes. I have talked about the cuts to the road maintenance budget often with the minister, so I ask her today, will she allocate additional funding for preventative maintenance and sanding crews to ensure that all Manitobans can return safely to their families?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
I thank the member opposite for that question, and I also send my condolences to the family of anyone who's been involved in any of the collisions. I know there's been a couple over the last couple of days, and there was a fatal collision, and that is always a tragedy on our highways. So I send my deepest condolences to the families. Safety is a core focus of our department and of our government. Our new road safety unit, which was just stood up this year since January, is now what was sent out to, well, whenever there's a fatality on the highway, they are sent out to investigate within hours. So that did take place. And as I told the member yesterday,
Time has expired. The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Icy road conditions are an unfortunate reality in late fall, and snow is just around the corner. We as legislators can ensure that the necessary resources are allocated for safe travel. With 2 multi-vehicle accidents yesterday and another Tuesday morning, more must be done. I asked the minister, what is the status of her 24-hour pilot project that was included in Budget 24? And why are sanding trucks only going out after these devastating accidents occur?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to correct the record. The member opposite is greatly mistaken. In each situation, the roads had been inspected prior to the collisions. The inspections start at 4 a.m. With the fatality, the sanding took place about an hour before the collision took place. So our crews, our very hardworking crews, were out doing this work at 4 a.m. and onwards this morning. But these are rapidly changing conditions. We all know that things can change. We encourage Manitobans to use 511 and also to drive to the road conditions and to remember that things can change.
The honourable member for La Vérendrye on a final supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I don't think any Manitobans buy that response. And it's very concerning that in -4 conditions, an hour after sanding trucks go out, that it would be that icy. Manitobans need to know what the minister is going to change immediately to reprioritize safety. Right now, we are dealing with icy roads only in the early mornings and overnight, but we know how quickly the seasons change at the drop of a hat in Manitoba. 19 vehicles piled up on Highway 59, and a truck and semi both ended up underwater in a ditch in another situation. No Manitoban's morning commute should include this. What has the minister done this week to ensure Manitobans
Time has expired.
safe?
The Honourable Minister, Transportation and Infrastructure. The Honourable Minister, Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The previous government was incredibly disrespectful of the public service. They were incredibly harmful to the public service. They caused people to quit. They would not fill vacancies. We are treating the public service with respect. And today, that MLA basically said the team is lying, the crews are lying. They are not. On November 6th, crews were out at 4 a.m. salting and sanding bridge decks and intersections. All bridge decks and intersections around Winnipeg were salted or sanded by 5:30 a.m. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Yesterday, I asked the Minister of Labour and Immigration about some comments that she put on the record in the House about how union membership is an acceptable substitute to a robust employment standards department. Instead, she spent great lengths rambling and seemed to say the quiet part loud. These union bosses have extraordinary access to this minister, and in her own words, she has a very close friendship with them, and regular Manitobans have to follow due process. Why does being the minister's friend get preferential access to government legislation?
The Honourable Minister, Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You know, it's really, almost really very perplexing if you're just a stranger looking out into this situation for why members opposite just demonize workers and their democratically elected leaders. Why? When unions and workers have been responsible for the advancement of many types of human rights across our country and even across the world. I would ask the member to maybe try to study some history about human rights advancement and see the role that unions have traditionally had in this. Because workers have
Time has expired. And the time for question period has also expired. The Honourable Member for Roblin.
Business.
Honourable Member for Roblin on House Business.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Could you please canvass the House to see if there is leave to expedite consideration of Bill 41, the Provincial Court Amendment Act, Bill 221, the Earlier Screening for Breast Cancer Act, and Bill 223, the Indigenous Veterans Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended, today as follows. 1, at the top of orders of the day, the House will consider second reading of Bill 41 with the following limited debate provisions to apply. A, first, the Minister of Justice may speak for up to 5 minutes. B, then a question period may be held in accordance with Sub-Rule 137(5). C, next, a member from the official opposition may speak for up to 5 minutes. D, lastly, each independent member may speak for up to 5 minutes. And E, the Speaker shall then put the question. 2, once Bill 41 passes second reading, Bills 41, 221, and 223 shall be immediately referred to the Committee of the Whole. 3, once the Committee of the Whole rises and the chairperson reports back to the House will immediately consider concurrence and third reading of Bills 41, 221, and 223. A, the following limited debate provisions will apply to Bill 41. 1, first, the bill sponsor may speak for up to 5 minutes. 2, next, a member from the official opposition may speak for up to 5 minutes. 3, lastly, each independent member may speak for up to 5 minutes. And 4, the speaker shall then put the question. B, the following limited debate provisions will apply to Bill 221 and 223. 1, first, the bill sponsor may speak for up to 5 minutes. 2, next, a member from another recognized party may speak for up to 5 minutes. 3, lastly, each independent member may speak for up to 5 minutes. And 4, the speaker shall then put the question. 4, the House will not see the clock until all the House business outlined in this request has been completed.
Good job.
Is there leave to follow the leave request that the member for Roblin just requested? Leave has been denied. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, on House business,
Honourable Government House Leader on House business.
could you please canvass the House for leave to allow for the following? 1, for the House to not see the clock until the question has been put on concurrence and third reading of the following bills, and to have the bills considered in the following order. Bill 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction and other amendments. Bill 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act, and Bill 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Debate on these bills will follow the limited debate provisions for designated bills as set out in Sub-Rule 2(20). 2, the bell shall ring for a maximum of 5 minutes on any request for a recorded division on concurrence and third reading of these bills, with the exception of Bill 37.
Is there leave for us not to see the clock until the questions on concurrence and third reading have been put on Bills 38, 39, and 37 with limited debate, and have 5-minute bells on all recorded votes except Bill 37? Is there leave? Agreed, and so ordered. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Roblin.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background to this petition is as follows. Due to evolving scientific evidence, the Canadian Cancer Society is now urging all provinces and territories to lower the starting age for breast screening to 40. Number 2, based off 2023 treatment standards, it is estimated that screening women annually for breast cancer starting at age 40 will save the Canadian healthcare system $460 million annually. Number 3, after non-melanoma skin cancers, breast cancer is the most common form of cancer among Canadian women. 1 in 8 Canadian women will be diagnosed with breast cancer during their lifetime, and 1 in 36 will die from it. This is 30,500 diagnoses and 5,500 deaths every year, and 84 diagnoses and 15 deaths every day. Number 4, early detection of breast cancer will lead to better outcomes in patients with better odds of survival and less severe cases. Women in their 40s who have access to mammograms have a 44% lower mortality rate from breast cancer than those who don't receive screening. Number 5, every other province and territory in Canada has already lowered the breast cancer screening age or announced their intentions to do so. Other provinces in Canada have already commenced the work of expanding screening programs and hiring additional technologists into their public healthcare system. Number 6, Manitoba is currently behind the rest of the country and has no formal plan to increase its screening capacity or lower the breast cancer screening age. Number 7, lowering the breast cancer screening age to 40 in Manitoba will reduce long-term costs to the healthcare system because cancers that are caught earlier are typically less complicated to treat. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to immediately put forward a plan to increase breast cancer screening capacity and lower the breast cancer screening age to 40. And this petition has been signed by Sabrina Buffy, Sylvie Shearer, Amanda Brooking, and many, many other Manitobans.
Further petitions? Grievances. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm happy to rise today and bring my grievance forward to this House. This is a sacred and hallowed hall. This is the seat of our democracy. The right which brings us here were forged and anointed with the blood of our veterans. It's a quote directly from the First Minister. Further, this quote came from the First Minister: "The thing we do not do on this side of the House is try to make it personal. When you know you're losing an argument, when you try to make it personal. Stick to the facts, stick to the issues. That's the path of winning in life." That's from Hansard, Honourable Speaker, by the First Minister. So why is it that any time a member brings up something in this House from our side, there is name calling, there is relentless heckling, there is words put on here that are hurtful, that are slanderous, that are derogatory? Honourable Speaker, you yourself have brought forward a request multiple times to make sure that the decorum in this House is followed. Yet, day after day, members are subject to this. I'd like to read a definition for part of my grievance, Honourable Speaker. Hypocrisy: the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform. There's also a much more simple one that I'll read out for the NDP: a feigning to be what one is not or to believe what one does not. I bring this forward as the utter hypocrisy that I am seeing from this side of the House is unbelievable, Honourable Speaker. You know what? I've got broad shoulders and I've been called lots worse by better people. I'm okay with that, Honourable Speaker. I will take the hits so that they don't have to within their own caucus. I'll make sure that I stand here and take the hurls and the insults that are thrown my way. But it's not only me, and that's why I bring this forward, Honourable Speaker. The amount of slander and name-calling that comes to the members across here is absolutely shameful, Honourable Speaker. So, I will table for this House an example. Even on TikTok, something was put out that says the sexism and outright misogyny is vile. And they name the member from Fort White and the member for, Midland. I'm sorry. So they name this and make the claim of being sexist and outright misogynistic. I'll go back to I will go back to the Premier's own words, Honourable Speaker, that one thing we do not do on this side of the House is try to make it personal. Well, I found that everything has been personal. And I will talk about, even today, being called out with a distinguished career with the Brandon Police Service, 33 years, having numerous citations, and then being questioned about being a police officer, and they can't believe that I would bring up questions. As a matter of fact, today I even heard the fact that I was calling on a woman from being a man, and I can't do that. So I ask, Honourable Speaker, how am I to do my job in this chamber if I can't ask hard questions? When I ask hard questions of members, it doesn't matter if they're male members or female members, but they're trying to make sure that whenever I ask a question, that I'm ridiculed or somehow demeaned because I'm asking it from a female. So I'm wondering, as a man, can I not ask any of the female ministers a question, or am I only allowed to question the Premier, the Minister of Justice, the Finance Minister?
The member from Brandon West has the floor, and while some people may not like what he has to say, he does have the right to have his grievance heard. The honourable member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate that. And I read out the definition of hypocrisy because it really resonated with me. On Tuesday, when I was leaving the chamber, again, derogatory comments were thrown to me from the member from Seine River. As I was walking out of this chamber, I was called disgusting. I was called misogynistic. I listened to stuff across the floor being hurled this way, not only to me, again, to many of the members here, Honourable Speaker, and it is deplorable. It is. I've set a policy of making sure that I will hammer down on policies and processes, but I don't make it personal, Honourable Speaker. You know what? I ask hard questions, and sometimes the hard questions are difficult for people
The member
to
for
answer,
Roblin will come to
and
order as well.
therefore they get upset about this. And I understand because...
Order, please. The member for St. John's will come to order. The member for Roblin will come to order. The honourable member for Brandon West.
Did I get called out? No. Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. So on in Hansard, you know, we look at the fact that these words are captured, and again, I was called misogynistic and vile for asking a simple question. And I didn't know, Honourable Speaker, that getting labeled that way for asking questions within the House was part of what we accept and why it would be put on the record here. Again, we talk about the heckling that's going on and the shouting and the yelling. Honourable Speaker, I invite the media to be here and take a look at what is happening. Because when they're up here taking a look at what is happening, they can see what is being said, not just being...
Order.
I know our leader has...
Okay, keep going.
Our leader has asked the same thing. Have the media here, take a look at what is being said, get it on the record so that they can hear and see what is actually taking place. So, Honourable Speaker, with that, I thank you for the time, and I hope that the decorum becomes much better. Thank you.
Here.
Order, please. Order, please. I have a statement for the House. Order, please. The House is expected to adjourn later today for Remembrance Day break week. During this time, the Chamber will be in use by the Franco-Canadian Youth Parliament of the North and West. I would ask folks to remove all the contents from your desks before you leave the chamber. Please recycle as much of this material as possible. Please note the big blue bins here inside the chamber are designated for recycling copies of Hansard only. Order, please. Please note the big blue bins here inside the chamber are designated for recycling copies of Hansard only, as these can be reused by Hansard and the Legislative Library. Any other material you would like to recycle may be placed in the larger recycling containers in both the message rooms located just outside of the chamber. Thank you. As previously agreed, we will now begin concurrence and third reading of Bills 38, 39, and 37. With limited debate, and have 5-minute bells and all recorded votes except Bill 37. Therefore, we will now begin concurrence and third reading on Bill 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and other amendments. The Honourable Minister of Families.
I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that Bill number 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and other amendments reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
Thank you. Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Family, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Justice, that Bill number 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and order, please. For the last time today, I hope to have to warn members that when the Speaker is standing and when the Speaker is talking, he's to be heard in silence. I hope you all understand that. It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Family, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Justice, that Bill number 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and other amendments reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today for the third reading of Bill 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and other amendments. This is a historic piece of legislation. This paves the way legislatively in Manitoba for once and for all decolonizing child welfare. This is a historic day once Bill 38 receives royal assent, that we now have the legislative means to ensure that we are moving towards the path of jurisdiction and decolonizing child welfare, and ensuring that children are with their families, in their communities, in their nations, being raised by their families, being raised in their culture and their traditions, being raised in their language, being raised on their lands. I don't know if many people can truly appreciate how important this legislation is today when we look at the colonial history of Canada that has more often than not been waged on the bodies of children, of Indigenous children, first by way of residential schools, then by the 60s scoop, and then, as most would suggest, the continuation in child welfare. I'm so proud to be a part of a government that is actively pursuing this path, that's actively pursuing decolonizing child welfare and reinstating where the welfare of our children should have always been, that had always been for thousands of years and many, many, many generations. It always rested with our people, in our territories, in our lands, with our grandmothers, with our mothers, with our aunties, with our fathers. We have always known how to care for our children. And today rights that wrong, or is at least the beginning steps of righting that wrong. I want to say a profound miigwech to all of the folks that have contributed to these legislative changes, Of course, my team in families. I say it all the time, I have some of the most extraordinary team members, and I'm so honored to be the minister responsible to work alongside such dedicated, smart, and committed individuals at advancing jurisdiction and decolonizing child welfare. I want to acknowledge the leadership, all of our Indigenous leadership that have also provided their insight and their recommendations and ultimately, finally, their approval of the changes that are here before us today. I want to acknowledge the technicians table. There is a technicians table that works on legislative changes and policy and regulation frameworks that provide their expertise in the changes that government should and must be doing. And those changes are reflected in these legislative amendments here today. And so I acknowledge each and every one of those members that are at that technicians table. I want to acknowledge and say miigwech to all of the mothers and grandmothers and aunties who have fought to decolonize child welfare. For as long as I've been doing this work, not necessarily as the Minister of Families, but as an Indigenous woman in the community fighting for our rights, including changes to child welfare, it has always been led by women. It's always been led by our matriarchs and our grandmothers and our elders that have sought to decolonize child welfare and bring our children home where they rightfully belong. And so today, I say a profound miigwech to each and every one of those phenomenal women, including our own special advisor on Indigenous women's issues, Cora Morgan. Cora Morgan was the family advocate at AMC's First Nations Family Advocate Office for 7 years. And her amazing team did phenomenal work at reunifying families and bringing families together. And also did work, spiritual and cultural work here on the grounds of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly back in October of 2020 when the former government sought to legislate the rights of Indigenous children away. They set up camp and for weeks on end had individuals that fasted. In fact, I was one of the individuals that fasted alongside one of our colleagues as well. And they provided that cultural and that spiritual foundation to be able to do this work in a good way. And so I acknowledge Cora Morgan and her former team at the AMC's First Nations Families Advocate. Finally, I want to dedicate Bill 38 to Indigenous children who formerly were in care, who are currently in care, and to children that will inevitably come into care as well. I want to dedicate this to those children. These legislative changes, this legislative framework is in honor of you. It's in honor of your journey. It's in honor of everything that you've been through. But it's also in honor of a path forward. Our government has a sacred commitment to you to do all that we can to ensure that these systems aren't needed, that our families are healthy, that our families are thriving, that our families are together, that our families know and see how beautiful and strong and loving that they are, and that the next generation of children, Indigenous children, grow up in our strength as Indigenous peoples. I always talk about that our people, our children, our women deserve everything good. Everything good that these lands have to offer everybody else. Our people deserve nothing but the best. Our children deserve nothing but the best. They deserve to be loved and to be safe and to be seen, and they deserve to be with their families, in their communities, and in their nations. And so I dedicate Bill 38 to you and to the future children of our province. And my solemn commitment and my sacred responsibility is to ensure, as minister responsible, is to ensure that I'm doing everything that I possibly can to ensure that that is the path forward here for Manitoba. Miigwech.
Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Speaker, a priority of every Manitoban and all levels of government should be the well-being of our children. We should all be committed to transforming any system to adapt to the changes in our society, ensuring that all children are well taken care of, that they are safe, and that these systems not only work with the children, but also the families. Bill 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and other amendments, seeks to address critical issues surrounding child and family services, particularly in relation to Indigenous communities. Bill 38 is very significant in the way that it continues the work that was started and in progress under the former Progressive Conservative government. In May of 2022, the PC's family minister at the time introduced amendments to the CFS Act to ensure the transition of child and family services from provincial CFS agencies to Indigenous governing bodies. In the spring of 2023, the PC government at the time introduced a second set of amendments to continue to facilitate the coordination agreements and legislation that was needed for the devolution of CFS care. The PC government also oversaw the historic signing of the first coordination agreement and transfer for Peguas First Nation in 2023 as part of a commitment to reconciliation and transforming the child welfare system by supporting Indigenous jurisdiction for child and family services. This included jurisdiction of intake services, after-hour services, early intervention services for members who live on and off reserve. The legislation has a focus on prevention so families can receive support to remain together and also access to culture and community. Our former government, with former Families Minister Squires, were part of historic signing of the first coordination agreement and again oversaw this transfer of CFS to Indigenous governing body. The amendments that were started by the PC government supported this continuing coordination and at the same time ensured the safety of children, and again, that's what we all strive for. During and throughout any transition such as this, it is important to ensure that children and youth in care remain supported and that not one of them falls through the cracks. They must be heard, families must be heard, and they must be continued to be supported. It's essential to recognize the complexities and the sensitivities involved in child welfare, especially when it intersects with Indigenous rights and governance. Bill 38 proposes to empower Indigenous communities and is a significant step toward reconciliation, self-determination, and acknowledges the unique cultural, historical, and social context of Indigenous peoples, allowing them to make decisions to best serve their children and their families. There will be challenges that lie ahead, and this transition will require careful planning, adequate resources, and ongoing collaboration between Indigenous communities and governing bodies. It is crucial that we ensure this change does not compromise the safety and well-being of these children, which of course remains our shared priority. We must collectively explore how this legislation can be implemented effectively, and again, ensuring that it serves as a foundation for positive change rather than a source of division. Let us commit to working together, fostering collaboration, and ensuring that the voices of those most affected by these changes are heard and valued in the process. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Any other members wishing to speak? Hearing none. Question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction, and other amendments. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. The Honourable Government, no. We will now, as previously agreed, move on to Bill 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act, for concurrence and third reading. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that Bill number 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act, as amended and reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that Bill number 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act, as amended and reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm honored to rise in the House for the third reading of Bill 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act. Since we last debated this bill in this chamber, we have witnessed yet more horrific crimes involving the use of machetes. Just last Wednesday, a man was seriously injured when he was randomly attacked from behind by a machete and bear spray in St. John's Park. I offer my heartfelt wishes to him for a full and speedy recovery. I want to speak directly to Manitobans who are alarmed by the machete violence that we have been seeing. These attacks, which have been both regular in their occurrence, have also been unpredictable in their nature. We're not powerless, though, in the face of this violence, and we will not succumb to fear. We will take back our streets. We will take back our parks, our buses, our shops, and our shared public spaces from the surge of machete violence. Honourable Speaker, here's how we're going to start to get that done. First, we're going to move swiftly to draft regulations and proclaim this bill into law. I've instructed my department to draw up a start-to-finish plan for consultations and proclamation of this bill in a matter of weeks. We'll need these restrictions now, not in 6 months, not in 4 months, but now. We will make sure to move to make them the law of this province as soon as possible, treating this issue with the urgency that it deserves. And once it's law, we will immediately work to inform retailers, both brick and mortar and online, of their new obligations. Secondly, we will redouble our efforts to convince the federal government to expand the list of prohibited weapons, including the most dangerous edged weapons on the market today. Just recently, Honourable Speaker, I wrote to the federal minister urging him to prohibit the most dangerous machetes and other long-bladed weapons, which serve no other purpose other than to inflict harm on others. We know other governments, including the Labour government in the United Kingdom, has done this, and so now it's time for Canada to follow their lead. Third, we will need to do everything we can to prevent youth crime before it happens, including youth crime involving machetes, knives, and other bladed weapons. What causes a young person to pick up a machete and use it to threaten or harm innocent people? What happened in their life that has resulted in them choosing such a destructive path? Destructive for those that they harm, and also destructive, Honorable Speaker, for themselves. There needs to be accountability for anyone who uses a machete. But equally as important, we need to help youth get onto a better and healthier path before they ever pick up a machete in the first place. It means expanding recreational opportunities for our underserved youth, something that we heard directly from Sel Burrows, who spoke so eloquently about his experience at committee last week. It means investing in programs like our school nutrition program that will improve learning outcomes and ensure that our kids get the best possible start in life. And it means looking at examples in other jurisdictions that have successfully brought down youth knife crime by treating it not just as a criminal justice issue, but as a public health issue. We'll have much more to say about these and other measures that we can take to help young people choose that better path very soon in our upcoming public safety strategy. Honorable Speaker, the easy thing to do would be to throw up our hands, to give up, to surrender in despair, and maybe just ignore the problem and just hope that it goes away. But that's not how our government operates. That's not how I operate, Honorable Speaker. We'll do the hard work that needs to be done to get our neighborhoods free from the grip of machete violence. It won't be easy, but it can, and it must be done. Honorable Speaker, let me add this. We're not done yet. Nothing is off the table when it comes to stopping edged weapons from being used to harm our neighbors. As we speak, my department is reviewing further legislative or regulatory measures that we can take to build on Bill 39 and put in place additional safeguards to stop the use of these weapons in Winnipeg and across the province. Bill 39 is just the beginning. It's not the end of our efforts to protect the public from machetes. It will make a real difference, but we can and we will do more. We're not powerless. We'll not hide away from the problem. Let's pass this bill. Together, let's keep working every day to keep our communities safe, and let's do everything we can to rid our province of this terrible scourge of machete violence. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I will take very little time from the House today. I'd just like to speak and put a few words on the record. From the outset, our side of the House said that we would certainly support any bill that creates a safer Manitoba and safer streets that each and every one of us are out on every day, but also equally as important, streets that our peace and police officers have to be out on every day and face people with machetes or long-bladed weapons. So as the minister said, this is the least we can do, and it is the very least. This bill could have been much stronger. He's already talking about including additional regulations and making this bill stronger. That was brought forward by myself and my colleagues at committee, where we could have looked at making this bill stronger. We could have worked collaboratively, we could have worked collectively to do that, but instead, this minister decided to vote that down. So I will continue to advocate for safe streets in Manitoba. I will continue to advocate for safety of law enforcement and all people who will come against people carrying machetes or long-bladed weapons. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Thank you. This government has been rudderless when it comes to justice policy, completely reactive. We've seen no plan, no vision, no idea how to keep Manitobans safe. We've seen the justice portfolio treated as an empty performative politics, where the government reacts to a negative headline and literally throws money at the problem in order to get the headline to disappear. But there's not much of a concern whether what they're proposing actually really works, whether it is a good use of tax dollars, whether it actually be effective in keeping people safe. So here we are again. After some horrific headlines, the government is embarrassed and brings this forward. It's clear that they haven't consulted on this issue. They haven't spoke to expert criminologists. And, you know, the solutions to these type of problems are well known. What's missing is the political will and the resources. It's clear that the government copied the bear spray legislation. And of course, bear spray and machetes are not the same thing. They're very different type of objects. And the notion somehow that you can regulate this problem away is naive. Bear spray is a chemical that has a half-life. And by restricting the sale of it, eventually bear spray canisters expire. And you can actually control how many are in the community. They don't hang around for years and years and years. Unlike machete, it's a tool and normally should be used as a tool. There are literally thousands of them already in our community and could be in somebody's basement, shed, garage for years. And so this legislation will not restrict their availability, won't restrict the sort of underground market for sales. And more clearly, now that most commerce is moving online, it's going to be very easy to bring in machetes from online retailers without ever having to go through this regime. So even if this was successful and it made it difficult for a number of youth to get their hands on machetes, they will just move to another weapon. So this measure doesn't address the real issues, which is the root causes of why people feel the need to arm themselves to begin with. And it doesn't address it, and there's no plan here. It's basically designed to fail. It's cynical politics. It's meant to show the media that the government is doing something. Now, with any type of sort of criminal epidemic, and we've had a number in Manitoba, there is sort of an 80-20 rule, that 80% of the problem is perpetuated by 20% of the offenders. And it's not like Manitoba hasn't dealt with this before. In my career, 25 years in the justice field, and my colleague from Brandon West probably will remember this, there was an arson epidemic in Manitoba where young people were creating bin fires. And then there was a car theft problems where some youth were challenging each other to see how many cars they could steal in a night. Some would get up to 14 cars in one night. And so in both of those situations, the government actually created a task force. They brought in experts. They had wraparound services. So once the youth were actually apprehended because of increased enforcement, there was something and some place for them to go and to work with that 20% youth that were causing the problem. And we actually, as a community, worked together and we actually saw results. And these sort of epidemics about in specific crime areas would disappear. We're not seeing that approach with this government. In fact, Scotland is probably the best example of a community that took a non-punitive approach to these sort of criminal epidemics. At one point, Scotland was considered the most violent country in the world. It had an epidemic of knife violence. And in 2005, they set up a violence reduction unit. And they started treating these type of epidemics as public health crises, as public health emergencies, not as a punitive response that we're seeing today. So if you treat it like a disease, you treat the causes rather than the symptoms. And this bill very much treats symptoms. So police would work with teachers, social workers, health workers. They would basically identify who were that 20% cohort, that high-risk youth that were potentially being involved in gang activity, that were arming themselves with knife. They would meet these youth, and because they're not police, because they weren't having a punitive approach, they could actually have a dialogue with the youth, finding out why they were carrying knives, what type of myths they were sort of thinking about, and why they did what they did, and they built trust with them. And they would challenge their kind of criminal thinking behaviors, they would challenge the culture of violence, and they would give them a phone number and basically say that if you want to call us for help, that would happen. And many young people did. And once they made that call, they would be offered housing, they would be offered relocation services to get away from gangs and negative influences. They would also be given employment and job training. So with the full weight of government, they didn't leave it to nonprofits who were often underfunded and scrambling for funding. It was a whole of government approach. It was fully funded by the government with full wraparound services. They saw a significant decline in knife violence and violence in general for young people in Scotland. So that is the approach that Manitoba needs to take, and we've had echoes of it in the past. So this bill really isn't about public safety. It's cynical. It's crass. It's about performative politics, and it is designed to fail and will fail. And this government, unfortunately, has shown no interest in treating crime as a public health emergency. They will talk a good game, but they haven't shown up with any sort of real action. And until they do, Manitobans continue to be unsafe with this government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question before the House is third concurrence and third reading of Bill 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act. Shall the motion pass? The motion is passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Recorded vote, Honourable Speaker.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order. The 5 minutes provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I am directing that the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act. All those in the chamber in favor, please rise.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honourable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honourable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honourable Mr. Costician.
Mr. Iwasco.
Mr. Iwasco.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Pinook.
Mr. Pinook.
Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Minister Simard.
Honourable Minister Simard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honourable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honourable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honourable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honourable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honourable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandhu.
MLA Sandhu.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Balkan.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Pancratz.
MLA Pancratz.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Bra.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliou.
Mr. Vasiliou.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. North.
Mr. North.
Mr. Pershot.
Mr. Pershot.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
All those in the chamber opposed, please rise. We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no only when your name is called. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it again once they have declared their vote.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote yes. MLA Lagasse votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes. Ayes 46, nays 0.
The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I move, second by the Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024, Loi d'exécution du budget de 2024 et modifiant diverses dispositions législatives en matière de fiscalité, as amended and reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024, Loi d'exécution du budget de 2024 et modifiant diverses dispositions législatives en matière de fiscalité, as amended and reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I'm so pleased to rise today for the third reading of Bill 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Act 2024. This is the legislation that will implement our first budget. That's right. Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that delivers on commitments we made to Manitobans. It includes 21 ways to save, big income tax relief for hardworking taxpayers, a $1,500 homeowner affordability tax credit, gas tax cut, and on and on. Just an incredible focus on affordability, and I know so many Manitobans have been waiting so long for a government that's finally ready to take action, and we're doing exactly that. This budget also provides the funding we need to rebuild healthcare. After many years of cuts from the members opposite, we're going to do exactly that through this BITSA bill and through our budget. And of course, we're going to continue to do that important work, recruiting and training new staff. We promise to bring online 100 new doctors, 210 nurses, 90 paramedics, and 600 healthcare aides, and we are well on our way, Honourable Speaker. Very proud of this budget because it delivers on the commitments we made to Manitobans. It speaks to their priorities, the priorities they sent us here to focus on. Looking forward to support from all members for this bill as we work to lower costs for Manitobans and rebuild healthcare. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Midland.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The past year has shown the NDP's true agenda to hide from Manitobans and avoid public accountability. As mentioned extensively through my remarks during second reading in Committee of the Whole, this is a $24 billion omnibus bill that increases taxes on Manitobans and where the NDP is undemocratically ramming through a long list of major legislative changes where Manitobans do not get a say at committee. The NDP has given themselves sweeping powers by allowing them to set fuel rates at the cabinet table. We already know that the fuel tax is going up on January 1st, yet while the NDP have been stringing Manitobans along at 3 months at a time with no long-term affordability measures for Manitobans, they are not being transparent as to what the fuel tax will be on January 1st. Manitobans could be looking at 14 cents, 21 cents, 28 cents. We don't know because it's now up to cabinet to decide, and Manitobans do not get a say. They've also given themselves sweeping powers to raise hydro rates by 4% annually, despite the fact that hydro themselves only requested a 2% rate increase earlier this year. The last time that the NDP were in power, they saddled Manitoba Hydro with $24 billion in debt and used hydro as a slush fund for their out-of-control spending. Manitobans should expect the same from this government, and we are already starting to see it. They are making Manitoba Hydro less accountable to Manitobans and opening the door for higher hydro rates. The minister himself is on the record consistently criticizing, while in opposition, any increases to hydro rates, but now he himself is proposing as high as a 4% annual rate increase at Manitoba Hydro, setting this himself and his cabinet colleagues at the cabinet table. This is more than a little hypocritical. In addition, the minister is completely breaking his election promise to freeze hydro rates. I've consistently asked him to put on the record if he will continue to put his words on the record and commit to this election province, and he still has yet to do that. The broken promises and hypocrisy coming from this minister and the NDP government is astounding. The NDP is taking another page out of the Greg Sellinger playbook by saddling Manitobans with high hydro rates and hydro's debt. Setting rates at the cabinet table are sweeping powers that this minister has given himself and his cabinet friends. There is no accountability from this NDP to Manitobans on their own hard-earned dollars. Rather than encouraging renewable energy investment in Manitoba, the NDP is completely closing its door to the private sector to partner with hydro on building more generating capacity. World-class energy projects are being started all over the world by the private sector, yet the NDP's own ideology is getting in the way of those jobs and those investment dollars coming to Manitoba. This bill is a tax grab on Manitobans. The NDP is taxing Manitobans with their new property tax changes, $148 million in new taxes right from the pockets of Manitobans. The NDP are eliminating the school tax credit, education property tax credit, renter's tax credit, and replacing it with a single new rebate that will be erased by all of their school division tax increases. School taxes are going up by as much as 17% in some communities, like my colleague from Morden Winkler's constituents are facing right now. And they're eliminating the very tax credits that provided the much needed relief to all Manitobans, regardless of where they live. Manitoba is the only and last province in the country that still charges an education property tax. Every other province has moved away from this out-of-touch, out-of-date tax grab and puts in sustainable funding formulas like the PC government was well on their way to do. Yet the NDP seem to be stuck in their ways and are bringing this back at higher rates. Any savings from the NDP's $1,500 so-called affordability credit will be completely wiped out with significant increases in these school taxes. Middle-class Manitobans are being targeted with this NDP tax grab, charging higher property taxes on families with homes with assessed values over $400,000, mean families in Waverley, Southdale, Lagimodiere, River Heights, McPhillips, Seine River, Kirkfield Park, Kildonan River East, to name a few, will all be paying higher taxes. According to the Winnipeg Real Estate Board, the average sale price for a detached home in Winnipeg in March was $417,102. When it comes to property tax, the amount of tax you pay depends on the tax rate and how much the government says your house is worth. With the average home selling over $400,000, clearly this minister has put no thought into who his property tax increases will hurt. The result is Manitoba's middle class will be paying more in education property taxes this year. But that's not all that middle-class Manitobans will be paying for. The NDP have made significant changes to the Income Tax Act, where they're taxing doctors, engineers, small businesses, farmers, nurses. The former PC's index tax brackets increased the basic personal exemption to bring Manitoba in line with other provinces in this country. However, the NDP are now erasing all that good work. They're clawing back the basic personal amount for middle-class Manitobans and completely eliminating it for others. I've asked the minister numerous times on the record, during her BITSA debate, committee, how he came up with the BPA clawback thresholds, and he was unable to answer. I asked the minister how many Manitobans his tax grab will impact. He was unable to answer. The minister has seamlessly picked these numbers out of thin air without any thought of how his tax grabs are going to hurt Manitobans. This bill takes more money away from Manitobans that we not only need to keep in Manitoba to keep the economy going, like engineers and small businesses, but it's also a deterrent for all those individuals that we are trying to recruit from other jurisdictions, like doctors and nurses. The minister has put us now at a competitive disadvantage to other jurisdictions in Canada. The NDP have clearly no understanding of what it takes to grow the economy. If they did, they would not be making sweeping tax changes that impact labor recruitment and private sector investment in this province. This government is burdening Manitobans with increases taxes, increasing deficits, increasing borrowing, and increasing debt on the backs of Manitobans. In their first year in office, they took us $373 million surplus, turned it into a $200 billion deficit. They gave themselves now $9 billion of borrowing powers, significantly more than in years prior. On the backs of high interest rates, they approved a $710 million special warrant with high interest rates and are projecting an almost $1 billion deficit this year alone, despite transfers from the feds going up by almost $1 billion and interest rates coming down. I've asked the minister numerous times in the House what his plans are to return to balance, and he still refuses to give an answer. S&P Global indicated that it was possible to turn to balance by 2026, yet the minister has no plans to return to balance, and he is not even trying. Based on what we've seen over the past year, I question not only this minister's ability to return to balance, but his desire to even get the job done. Tackling fiscal problems with higher taxes is adding further to the cost of living challenges that many Manitobans are facing today. It'll drive up costs, inflation, and overall people's ability to spend into the economy. Unfortunately, this BITSA bill does the exact opposite. It increases taxes, it creates an anti-business climate, it runs deficits, and it increases Manitoba's overall debt and debt servicing costs. But this bill is so much more than the NDP tax grab that I've spoken about. They are undemocratically ramming through major legislative changes on the back that has been stapled to the back of this BITSA bill. These changes have absolutely nothing to do with the budget, significant changes to labor legislation, environment, seniors, and even bringing back the NDP vote tax by increasing political subsidies to their own party. These are not minor changes. These are major legislative changes that the NDP is undemocratically forcing through and avoiding any sort of transparency and accountability to Manitobans. The democratic process, as I have mentioned, allows for Manitobans to come to public committee on 9 finance bills and have their voices heard. The NDP knew these bills were going to be controversial, and they knew there was going to be backlash from workers in the business community. They're seriously interfering in the economy and how the economy works, and as a result, there have been numerous concerns by the business community about these changes that the NDP is ramming and forcing through. They rushed this bill through so fast that the minister himself had to make 5 major amendments at the 11th hour last week on their own bill. In response, the Chamber of Commerce said these changes mean union rights trump individual rights. They said, and I will quote, "This legislation, even before the change, really tips the scale in favor of organized labor, not necessarily in favor of workers themselves." The NDP knew this bill and their last-minute amendments was only about supporting their union boss friends at the detriment of Manitoba workers. The NDP is clearly hiding from Manitobans, but Manitobans cannot be fooled. This is shameless, this is undemocratic, this is not transparent, and Manitobans deserve better from this NDP.
The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hate omnibus bills. They are terrible for accountability, and we really should have a practice here where we don't have to rely upon them. But that being said, there's a saying that perfect is the enemy of good. There is enough good in this bill that I feel compelled to vote for it. However, I do want to highlight a couple significant issues with this bill. The first one, of course, is the ban on replacement workers. The idea behind it is a noble one, that you have to even the bargaining positions between labor and management so that there is a good faith pressure on both parties to come to the table and resolve their differences and actually work together and stop seeing each other as adversaries. And by doing that, you actually make a more efficient economy because there's less incentive to force a lockout or a strike because both parties would lose equally. And the management who has more power can't simply starve out their workers. So this is an important move in Manitoba. It actually will reduce the number of days that people are on strike, and it will make our economy more efficient. And I think it will do great things for a more collaborative business culture in Manitoba. And we all need that, and these are all good things. The problem with this bill is that it's hypocritical because the Premier inserted a loophole into this bill to allow what are called internal replacement workers or internal scabs, middle management, to actually take the job of a worker. And there's other jurisdictions that have this bill. We're by no means leading the pack here. We're very much following what other people are doing. The federal jurisdiction and Quebec ban internal replacement workers. You cannot be a middle manager in those jurisdictions and take the job of a worker. And they have a clear law that prevents that from happening, and it has the spirit of completely banning replacement workers. So it is curious why this premier, and it's this premier alone, who's inserted this loophole. And he did so without consultation with the Manitoba NDP caucus. This is not something that we've discussed or voted on. This was something that was a unilateral decision of the premier. And he has not explained himself. He's not been accountable. He has not come before the public and said why he believes that this loophole needs to exist. And I think that's deeply troubling. And so this government now has this very contradictory bill that on one hand says we got to ban replacement workers, except if you're a very large corporation, you have an army of middle managers, then we think it's okay for you to do it. And there's never been explained why they're watering down their own bill, why they don't want to provide Manitobans with the full protection that they deserve. So that is definitely one of the problematic aspects of this BITSA bill. The second one, of course, is the gas tax holiday. And there's lots of reasons to be opposed to it. The first of which is that this is borrowed money. And it doesn't matter if you're a right-wing economist, doesn't matter if you're a left-wing economist, any economist will tell you, you don't borrow money for a tax cut. That is absolutely fiscally reckless. You have to pay it back with interest. Well, it may not be the current members of the government, it may be their children and grandchildren who are eventually gonna have to pay back the money that's involved in this. And we're talking about $340 million. You're probably looking at tens of millions of dollars in interest. Money that could have gone to build schools. Money that could have gone to help rebuild our healthcare system. Money that could have gone to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, or simply money to pay down the second largest deficit that Manitoba has had and the largest non-COVID related deficit in Manitoba's history. So there's lots that could have been done with that money. The second problem with the gas tax holiday is that it's fundamentally unfair, that it doesn't help Manitobans and those that need it the most. Of that $340 million, $193 million goes to corporations and businesses. That's 57% of the total sum. These are businesses that aren't asking for this relief or this help, and they're getting basically corporate welfare. And that's incredibly inefficient use of this money and doesn't go to any sort of economic efficiency. This will have no positive effect on our economy. It won't even be noticed. The remaining 43% does go to consumers, but the average benefit is $15 a month. And if you talk to Manitobans and you say, you know what, we're going to give you $15 a month, but that means your child has to go to school literally in a hallway, they will tell you, keep that 15 bucks, build me a new school. And that's sort of the disconnect with this government, that because it's all about empty performative politics, it's all about sloganeering, it's missing the point of why we're here and who we're actually trying to help. Leaving aside the fact that there's no environmental agenda from this government, and in fact, we're taking a step back. You know, we're taking a step back when it comes to the environment because we're making it cheaper to pollute. And keep in mind, transit fees keep going up. And many Manitobans don't drive. And now in Winnipeg, it's cost $7 for a round trip on the bus. So, you know, we don't seem to have a problem increasing the fees on people who don't drive, and we don't seem to be worried about their cost of living and whether they can afford to get by. And those are the people that need the help the most. And at $340 million, you could offer free transit for all of Winnipeg, all of Brandon, all of Selkirk, all of Thompson for multiple years. And that would actually create a dent. That would actually be something real and effective in people's lives, and it would reach the people that need to be reached. According to the Social Planning Council of Winnipeg, if you took that $340 million, you could pull 60% of Manitobans out of poverty. 60%. That's a choice. Poverty is a choice. This government is making a policy decision to keep that many Manitobans in poverty in order to give a handful of Manitobans a $15 coupon off their gas, in order to give $190 million worth of a gas tax holiday to businesses that never even asked for it. And that just sort of speaks to the values of this premier and his priorities and what he's concerned about. The two biggest issues facing Manitobans when it comes to the cost of living is housing and groceries. And this government has been silent in this past year on both of them. It makes up almost 50% of the cost of living increase, and there has been absolutely no government response to either one of those issues. We do regulate food prices. We do it with milk. We have a milk board, and we control the price of milk, and milk was one of the only things at the grocery store that hasn't jumped up in price. And that's because we regulate it as a province. You can extend that to other Manitoba staples where our producers would get preferential treatment and they would be able to sell into our stores, and you could have a community run board that monitors prices to make sure that producers get a fair price and that Manitobans can pay a fair price at the store. We are not having those discussions here. We are not talking about that. We are chasing around buying $340 million press releases, and it is not doing any Manitobans any favors. And again, I've been watching with growing concern that it didn't take very long for this government to really become detached from what Manitobans are really asking and needing from their government. So thank you, Honourable Speaker.
So the question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Structure Amendment Act 2024. The Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. The Honourable Minister of... All those in the House in favor of the motion passing, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The Honourable, I hear a nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been called for. Please call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I am directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024. All those in favor in the House, please rise.
All right.
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Mr. Sala.
Honorable Mr. Sala.
Honorable Mr. Kostishin.
Honorable Mr. Kostishin.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Emily Sandu.
MLA Sandu.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
Emily Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Emily Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blashko.
Mr. Blashko.
Emily Chen.
MLA Chen.
Emily Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
Emily Pankratz.
MLA Pankratz.
Emily Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
Emily Devgan.
MLA Devgan.
Emily Cross.
MLA Cross.
Emily Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
Emily Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasilio.
Mr. Vasilio.
Emily Morose.
MLA Morose.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panook.
Mr. Panook.
Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
Emily Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Prashot.
Mr. Prashot.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
We will now proceed to the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. And I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they're recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Gertzen.
I vote no.
Mr. Gertzen votes no.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote no.
MLA Lagasse votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler.
I vote no.
Mr. Schuler votes no. Well done, Christian.
Ayes 32, nays 19.
The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of the designated bills, and we'll start with Bill 7, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Repeal Act. The Honorable Before I recognize the Honorable Minister, we are now past 4 o'clock, so we'll follow the provisions as laid out for what happens after 4 o'clock. The Honorable Minister of Labor and Immigration.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure and Consumer Protection and Government Services, that Bill Number 7, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Repeal Act, loi abrogeant la loi sur les projets de construction dans le secteur public appel d'offres, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
It's Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services, that Bill number 7, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Repeal Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to rise for the third reading of Bill 7. I'm very happy to see this important piece of legislation move through the approval process. This bill will repeal the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Act, removing the ban on project labor agreements in Manitoba. This will bring back the option to use a project labor agreement for public sector construction projects. The repeal of this ban will bring back good-paying Manitoba jobs to public projects, promote local hiring reflective of our diverse population, build up the province with high-quality construction, and protect Manitoba workers by ensuring workers are qualified and trained for the job. The repeal also brings Manitoba back into alignment with jurisdictions across North America, as the ban was the only one of its kind. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I remember the day the Minister introduced this bill, and I heard from constituents that very same day, and I've continued to hear many concerns since then. Concerns are many, but especially the fact that Bill 7 takes away the level playing field for all bidders in our province. It's crucial to recognize that non-union workers and employers should not feel discouraged from participating in government projects simply because they would be compelled to pay union dues or join a union. Both unionized and non-unionized workers deserve equal opportunities. This legislation drives up project costs, and this will impact Manitobans. We will all have to pay for the inflated project costs. The NDP's ties to unions is evident, and Bill 7 takes away fairness for all workers and contractors. This principle of fairness is foundational to a thriving and equitable workforce. There was no thorough consultation with both labor groups and employers that would ensure a balanced approach. In contrast, we have already seen criticism from contractor associations regarding the NDP's new bill. This raises an important question again: who exactly did the NDP consult with? This bill does not clearly reflect the values of all business and labor in our province. It is based on NDP ideology and union input, which is not a fair approach. And in conclusion, I urge all of us here to consider the implications of the NDP's actions and to stand firm for the rights of all workers in Manitoba. Let us ensure that our policies promote fairness, opportunity, and respect for every individual, regardless of their union status. This government hears what they want to hear, but only from those who they choose to listen to and have very close friendships with. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
So the question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill 7, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Repeal Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those, I hear no. All those in the House in favor of adopting the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been called. Call in the members. Order, please. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I am directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 7, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Repeal Act. Is it all those in the House in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Kostishin.
Honorable Mr. Kostishin.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Ms. Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandhu.
MLA Sandhu.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blashko.
Mr. Blashko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Delacruz.
MLA Delacruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliev.
Mr. Vasiliev.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panouk.
Mr. Panouk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Wojcik.
Mr. Wojcik.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Pershatt.
Mr. Pershatt.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no. Also remind members to unmute your mics only when you're recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Gertson.
I vote no.
Mr. Gertson votes no.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote no.
MLA Lagasse votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler.
I vote no.
Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mrs. Stone.
I vote no.
Mrs. Stone votes no. Way to go, first one. Yep.
Ayes 31, nays 18.
The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to Bill number 9, the Employment Standards Codes Amendment Act, to move for concurrence and third reading. The Honorable Minister of Labor and Immigration.
I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that Bill number 9, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, loi modifiant le Code des normes d'emploi, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honorable Minister of Labor and Immigration, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Finance, that Bill number 9, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to rise for the third reading of Bill 9. I'm very happy to see this important piece of legislation move through the approval process. This bill will extend the length of Manitoba's long-term leave for serious illness and injury from 17 weeks to 27 weeks to align with the maximum federal employment insurance benefits. These measures will protect workers' jobs while they take the time needed to focus on treatment and recovery. I would like to extend my appreciation to the Labour Management Review Committee for their joint recommendation, and to the Canadian Cancer Society and Crohn's and Colitis Canada for their advocacy for these changes. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Bill 9, the Employment Standards Code is amended to extend the length of leave for serious injury or illness from 17 weeks to 27 weeks. In Manitoba, approximately 90% of workplaces fall under Manitoba Employment Standards Code. By matching the federal changes, Manitoba would be one of the first jurisdictions to do so. Stable and consistent employment is crucial for Manitobans. It allows individuals to provide for themselves and their families, fostering a sense of security. We want all Manitobans to feel supported and assured that their jobs are protected during challenging times. Serious injuries and illnesses require adequate time to heal, often necessitating more than 17 weeks. While employees can certainly benefit from the extension of this time, it is vital that they take what is necessary for their recovery journey, care, and wellness plan. At this moment, we are facing significant pressures in our labor force, with staffing shortages impacting many sectors. We have to be mindful and cautious of the impact this could have for business and industries that are grappling with these challenges. I don't believe anyone wants to see those that are fighting serious illness or injury to face barriers and further stress. I do want to say the employment insurance program is an important benefit to both employees and employers. In conclusion, it is essential that we balance both the needs of the employer and the employee. Together, we can work towards a solution that supports all Manitobans who are faced with serious illness and injury without compromising the stability of our workforce. Thank you.
Any other members? Seeing none, the question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill 9, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the House in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. I believe the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been asked for. Please call in the members.
Pardon me? The speaker will say. Yeah. When he says.
The question before the House is concurrence and third reading on Bill number 9, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act. All those in the House in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable
No,
Mr.
that's what we're going to go through here, actually. Because they're going to be in minutes. So we'll start with the leader, and then up here.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwasko.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko.
No, just Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Punick.
Mr. Panyuk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt. Yeah, we go over here.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Oh, hang on a second. Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandu.
MLA Sandu.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead. Now we go over here.
Ms. Byram. Mr.
No, 1 second. Mrs. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Wojcik.
Mr. Wojcik.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
Mr. MLA Pankratz.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliou.
Mr. Vasiliou.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose. Well done. First.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. My mistake. All those opposed to the motion in the chamber, please rise. We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. A reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I will also remind members to only unmute when they're recognized and then immediately mute their mics again. And the page will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Gertson.
I vote yes.
Mr. Gertson votes yes.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote yes.
MLA Lagasse votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler.
I vote yes.
Mr. Schuler votes yes. Thank you. Well done.
Ayes 47, nays 0.
The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act, and amendments to the Statutes and Regulations Act. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Families. The Bill number 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act and amendments to the Statutes and Regulations Act. reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
Thank you. Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Families, that Bill number 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act and amendments to the Statutes and Regulations Act, as reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and speak to Bill 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act and amendments to the Statutes and Regulation Act, at third reading. With this bill, we are zeroing in on what really matters, cutting red tape and allowing civil servants to focus on delivering the programs and services that Manitobans rely on. The amendments we're discussing today will cut red tape, putting in place a new and improved framework for regulatory accountability. The previous government put their own ideology ahead of practicality. Instead of actually reducing red tape, their approach created reams and reams of new red tape by requiring civil servants to count each and every single regulation. They wasted thousands of hours of staff time and at the end of the day failed to address regulatory burden in any strategic way. We're taking a different approach, one that brings us in line with our prairie neighbors, Alberta and Saskatchewan. These governments of a different political stripe, but Honourable Speaker, a good idea is a good idea, and their approach to reporting on red tape reduction is worth imitating here in Manitoba. I invite members opposite to read Saskatchewan's regulatory accountability reports. In them, you'll find real, concrete initiatives that the province is taking to reduce the regulatory burden on people, businesses, and service providers. And that's what this bill will do. We will continue to report annually on our progress when it comes to minimizing red tape. What we won't do is produce a report full of numbers for numbers' sake, which does little to show the public the actions we're taking to make government more efficient and more effective. This bill brings forward amendments to provide an efficient and effective regulatory accountability scheme for Manitobans because our government is committed to regulatory accountability. But this doesn't mean that we need a law on the books that imposes counting and offset requirements on public servants, especially a law that has resulted in an overwhelming amount of internal red tape. I ask members opposite, is it the best use of civil servants' time counting thousands upon thousands of regulations? But just to give it some context, Honourable Speaker, some 330 staff were involved in this busy work under the previous government, not only in our departments, but our crowns, including Manitoba Hydro and Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation. These departments and their staff would now be free to focus on what matters most, delivering services to Manitobans, keeping people safe, providing affordable power or auto insurance, and the list goes on. Constraining their ability to do so is a clear act from the previous government of disrespect. When members opposite were in government, they didn't treat civil servants with the respect that they deserve. They trampled on their charter right to collective bargaining. They froze their wages for years. They forced MPI and MBLL and hydro workers onto the picket line during their tenure. And they imposed these counting requirements not based on actually improving public services, but based on their belief that government is inherently a bad thing. All of these actions hurt not just civil servants and their families, but the Manitobans who rely on the services that they provide. It was disrespectful, both to civil servants and the people who they serve. On this side of the House, we respect our public servants. We value the work that they do each and every day to deliver programs and services that people rely on. And we want to support them in their crucial work, not hold them back. Finally, Honourable Speaker, we're amending the Statutes and Regulations Act, and the process for consulting on proposed regulations will be done in a way that protects the vital role of public input while ensuring that important regulations are enacted in a timely fashion. Our government is committed to public consultation, which is why we're clarifying when consultation is required And when consultation is required, an implementation and appropriate minimum period for consultation will be adhered to. We're striking the right balance, Honourable Speaker, being a listening government while ensuring that we're making laws in a timely manner. We're keeping what works, and we're streamlining our processes. And we're giving the public service the freedom to focus squarely on the people of Manitoba. Our approach to reducing red tape is based on evidence, not ideology. It's based on making government work better for people, not an obsession with numbers for numbers' sake. I look forward to passing Bill 16 today and establishing a new common sense approach to regulatory accountability, one that puts the people of this great province first. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Okay, let's hear some. Yeah.
I've had the opportunity to speak on this bill a few times, but I want to make sure that Manitobans are clear on this, is that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business called our previous bill the gold standard. The gold standard, issuing the Golden Scissor Awards to make sure that accountability was kept plain and simple where it should be. Yeah. And this government made sure that accountability was there. Also, 330 employees that the minister states out doing this busy work. I'm sure others would take offense to that and know that the busy work was actually looking at cutting red tape and doing the 2-for-1, so that we made sure that the number of regulations was brought down so it wasn't so cumbersome on individuals within Manitoba.
Yeah.
Those 330 employees, I imagine, as the minister stated, the busy work that they were doing, I would hope that they can now be redeployed to make sure that when bills are brought forward, they're done in proper manners and they don't have to be amended time and time again. So with those few words on the record, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Nice one,
The question before the House is the concurrence and third reading of Bill number 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act and amendments to the Statutes and Regulations Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been asked for. Call in the members. Order, please. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading on Bill 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act, and amendments to the Statutes and Regulations Act. All those in the House in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandhu.
MLA Sandhu.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blashko.
Mr. Blashko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliu.
Mr. Vasilu.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panouk.
Mr. Panouk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of the members participating virtually. And as a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized, and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Gertson.
I vote no.
Mr. Gertson votes no.
Mr. Lagasse.
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler.
I vote no.
Mr. Schuler votes no. Way to go. Ayes 29, nays 16.
The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act. The Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, that Bill number 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur les écoles publiques, as amended and reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Families, that Bill number 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act, as amended and reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am so pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act. The purpose of this bill is to reduce barriers and improve access to school for children residing in Manitoba. It proposes amendments to the Public Schools Act to change the right to attend school age from 6 to 5 years old and the compulsory school age from 7 to 6 years old. These changes better align Manitoba with the rest of Canada and will come into effect for the school year next year. We anticipate that these changes will have a manageable impact on enrollment numbers, as the vast majority of children in Manitoba already start school at the age of 5 or 6. For reference, in 2024-2025, there were 13,611 grade 1 students being of age 6 and 14,097 grade 2 students being of age 7, a difference of 486 students. So I think it's important to note that at least part of this enrollment increase could also be explained by increased immigration. So the impact is even likely to be, the impact is likely to be even less than 486 students for the next school year. That said, Honourable Speaker, of course, we will monitor the situation closely and commit to helping school divisions should they see any major increases in enrollment. We will also continue to build schools and improve the supports available to students in the classroom, whether that's through our historic universal nutrition program, our smaller class size initiatives, adding more educators into the classroom, and much, much more. In addition, Bill 21 seeks to expand the definition of resident pupil. This will ensure that children are able to attend school in the division where they reside as long as they are living with a responsible adult. This better recognizes the multitude of family and care arrangements in our province and prioritizes children being in school, regardless of who is caring for them. The amendments will also ensure temporary residents' right to send their children to a public school. These amendments will contribute to a more equitable and inclusive public education system and support the success of all Manitoba students. Honourable Speaker, I was quite surprised and disappointed when the member from Spruce Woods voted against Bill 21 at the committee stage. I really hope that the member and his party are not opposed to children having earlier access to education in the communities that they call home. I urge everyone in this chamber to support this bill. Thank you, merci, and miigwech.
The honourable member for Spruce Woods.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. Just to respond to a few items that the minister just said there, she knows, because I said it at first reading, second reading, committee, and I'm saying it again today, we are not opposed to this bill in principle. We support Manitoba modernizing and bringing our education system in line with other provinces across the prairies and the rest of Canada by lowering the age at which students have the right to go to school. But you have to have the space in schools for those students to go to. And right now this education minister, acting education minister, is managing a system that has students learning in libraries, in shops, in music rooms, and in hallways, basements, and in the worst of all, hallways. And so, the minister, I flagged this question at second reading in the spring, and the minister has just now, in November, come up with a number and said 480 students approximately might be impacted by this legislation. Why that number wasn't known when they introduced the legislation, I have no idea why they hadn't done their homework on that. I have no idea why it took them 6 months to come up with that estimated number. But the reality is that's 24 classrooms, approximately speaking, if we're speaking in approximates, Honourable Speaker. And is that minister building 24 classrooms? No, she's not. They cut the capital budget in education by $100 million. They canceled the 9 new schools project. The only schools that were talked about in their budget were 2, a couple of which is the one that the member for Steinbach's already cut the ribbon on, that's built by our government. Now lately she's been saying they're building 5 new schools, again counting the one that the member for Steinbach's already cut the ribbon on, and another 2 that were already planned by the previous government, and construction is underway. If this minister would build schools to ensure that these students have proper learning spaces, we would be gladly supporting this piece of legislation. But again, this NDP government has got the cart before the horse. They haven't done their homework. They have no intention of implementing it properly, and they're failing Manitoba students. And so we will unfortunately be voting no and hope that this minister gets their department moving along with the procurement minister and gets some schools built to ensure that these students have accurate and exceptional educational space so that they can learn and succeed. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The question before the House is concurrence and third reading on Bill number 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the chamber in agreement with the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. I believe the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been called. Please call in the members. Order, please. Question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Minister Costician.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Mr. Bushi.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Moses.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandu.
MLA Sandu.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliu.
Mr. Vasiliu.
MLA Moreau.
MLA Morose.
All those in the chamber opposed, please rise.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Pinrook.
Mr. Pinuk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, and only when your name is called. I would remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it once again. Once they've declared their vote, the page will now conduct the vote.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote no.
MLA Lagasse votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler.
I vote no.
Mr. Schuler votes no. Way to go. Give me the approach. Ayes 27, nays 14.
I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to main supply. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Miigwech, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Justice, that this House concur in the report of the Committee of Supply respecting concurrence in all supply resolutions relating to the estimates of expenditure for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
It's been moved by the Honorable Minister of Families, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Justice, that this House concur in the report of the Committee of Supply respecting concurrence in all supply resolutions relating to the estimates of expenditure for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. And just as a reminder to all members, as we are past 4 o'clock, there is no debate on any of these. So, the Honourable Minister, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the House in favor of adopting the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division.
The motion is accordingly passed on division. The Honourable Minister of Justice. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Economic Development, Investment, Trade and Natural Resources, that there be granted to His Majesty for the public service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, out of the consolidated fund, the sums of $17,924,228,000 as set out in Part A, operating expenditure, and $632,798,000 as set out in Part B, capital investment, and $562,214,000 as set out in Part C, loans and guarantees, and $1,861,483,000 as set out in Part D, capital investments by other reporting entities of the estimates.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Investment, Trade and Natural Resources, that there be granted to His Majesty for the public service of the dispense? I hear no. Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Investment, Trade and Natural Resources, that there be granted to His Majesty for the public service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, out of the consolidated fund, the sums of $17,924,228,000 as set out in Part A, operating expenditures, and $632,798,000 as set out in Part B, capital investment, and $562,214,000 as set out in Part C, loans and guarantees, and $1,861,483,000 as set out in Part D, capital investments by other reporting entities of the estimates. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear no. All those in the House in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division, Honourable Speaker.
The amendment is accordingly passed on division. The motion is accordingly passed on division. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you. I move, seconded by the Minister for Economic Development, Investment, Trade and Natural Resources, that Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, Loi de 2024 portant affectation de crédit, be now read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Investment, Trade and Natural Resources, that Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, be now read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the House in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
You're standing, is it okay?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division, please.
The motion is accordingly passed on division. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I move, seconded by the Minister of Economic Development, Investment and Trade and Natural Resources, that Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, Loi de 2024 portant affectation de crédit, be now read a second time and be referred to Committee of the Whole.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Investment, Trade and Natural Resources, that Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, be now read a second time and be referred to a Committee of the Whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the House in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. I believe the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division, please, Honourable
The
Speaker.
motion is accordingly passed on division. The House will now dissolve into committee of supply, and we'll need a couple of seconds to get things set up for that.
Order. The Committee of the Whole will come to order to consider Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024. During the consideration of this bill, the enacting clause and the title are postponed until all other clauses have been considered in their proper order. Shall Clause 1 pass? Pass. Clause 1 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 2 pass? Pass. Clause 2 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 3 pass? Clause 3 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 4 pass? Pass. Clause 4 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 5 pass? Pass. Clause 5 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 6 pass? Pass. Clause 6 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 7 pass? Pass. Clause 7 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 8 pass? Pass. Clause 8 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 9 pass? Pass. Clause 9 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 10 pass? Clause 10 is accordingly passed. Shall the schedule pass? Pass. The schedule is accordingly passed. Shall the enacting clause pass? Pass. The enacting clause is accordingly passed. Shall the title pass? Pass. The title is accordingly passed. Shall the bill be reported? No. I hear a no. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
A recorded vote, please. On division, please.
On division. So the bill will be reported on division?
Correct.
That concludes the business before us. Committee rise, call in the speaker.
Order, please. We're now back in session. The honourable member for Lodge-Motier.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered the following Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, and reports the same without amendment. I move, seconded by the honourable member for Fort Richmond, that the report of the committee be received.
Been moved by the honourable member for Lodge-Motier, seconded by the honourable member for Fort Richmond, that the Committee of the Whole has considered the following Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act, and reports the same without amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. I hear a no. All those in the House in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. We'll just back up a couple of steps. So, it's been moved by the honourable member for Lodge-Motier, seconded by the honourable member for Fort Richmond, that the report of the committee be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. I hear a no. All those in favour of adopting the motion in the House, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The honourable opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been asked for. Please call in the members. Order, please. The question before the House is, shall the report of the committee be received? All those in the House in favor, please rise.
Okay.
Honorable Mr. Canoe,
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Minister Fontaine,
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe,
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Minister Sala,
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Kostitian,
Honorable Mr. Kostitian.
Honorable Ms. Smith,
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Mr. Bushy,
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Minister Marcelino,
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt,
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses,
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Cable,
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor,
Honorable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandhu,
MLA Sandhu.
Mrs. Schott,
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead,
MLA Redhead.
MLA Malloway,
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blashko,
Mr. Blashko.
MLA Chen,
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes,
MLA Moyes.
MLA Pankratz,
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Kennedy,
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Cross,
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel,
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham,
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz,
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton,
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliu,
Mr. Vasiliu.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Owasco,
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Johnson,
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panouk,
Mr. Panyuk.
Mrs. Cook,
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt,
Mr. Nesbitt.
Ms. Byram,
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson,
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Bariza,
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan,
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. King,
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter,
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth,
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
We will now proceed to the alphabetical roll call of members sitting virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the vote.
MLA Lagasse,
I vote no.
MLA Lagasse votes no.
Ms. Laughlin,
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Mr. Schuler votes no. Well done. Ayes 30, nays 15.
The motion is accordingly passed. Now we'll move on to moving concurrence and third reading of the Appropriation Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I move, seconded by the Premier, that Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, Loi de 2024 portant affectation de crédit, reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in the House in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been asked for. Please call in the members. The question before the House is the Bill number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, reported from the Committee of the Whole, and the question is, shall it be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed? All those in favor in the House, please rise.
Okay.
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Mr. Canoe.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Ms. Laughlin. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Mr. Moses.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
MLA Sandu.
MLA Sandu.
Mrs. Schott.
Mr. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Mr. Blaschko.
Nope, Mr. Malloy.
Oh, Emily Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Pankratz.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Compton.
MLA Compton.
Mr. Vasiliu.
Mr. Vasiliu.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
All those in the House opposed to the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panyuk.
Mr. Panyuk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually, and as a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, and only when your name is called. I'd also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. Just a moment while we sort something out. We will now conduct, the page will now conduct the virtual vote.
Say that again.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote no.
MLA Lagasse votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Schuler.
I vote no.
Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mrs. Stone.
I vote no.
Mrs. Stone votes no. Thank you very much. Well done. Ayes 30, nays 16.
The motion is accordingly passed. So the next step is to prepare for royal assent. So we'll give a few moments for the Lieutenant Governor to arrive. In the meantime, I would remind members once again, as we adjourn for the Remembrance Day break week, that during this time the chamber will be used by the Franco-Canadian Youth Parliament of the Northwest. So I would ask everyone to kindly remove the contents of their desks before they leave the chamber, and please recycle as much of this material as possible. Please note that the big blue bins here inside the chamber are designated for recycling copies of Hansard only, as these can be reused by Hansard and the Legislative Library. Any other materials you would like to recycle may be placed in the larger recycling containers in both of the message rooms outside the chamber. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor.
The Legislative Assembly of Manitoba asks Your Honor to accept the following bill.
Number 43, the Appropriation Act 2024, Loi de 2024 portant affectation de crédit.
In His Majesty's name, the Lieutenant Governor of the Province of Manitoba thanks the Legislative Assembly and assents to this bill.
Your Honor, at this setting of the Legislative Assembly has passed certain bills that I would ask Your Honor to give assent to.
Number 7, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Repeal Act. Loi abrogeant la loi sur les projets de construction dans le secteur public, appel d'offres. Number 9, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act. Loi modifiant le Code des normes d'emploi. Number 16, the Regulatory Accountability Reporting Act and amendments to the Statutes and Regulations Act. Loi sur la remise de rapports relativement à la responsabilisation en matière de réglementation et modification de la loi sur les textes législatifs et réglementaires. Number 21, the Public Schools Amendment Act. Loi modifiant la loi sur les écoles publiques. Number 37, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Loi d'exécution du budget de 2024 et modifiant diverses dispositions législatives en matière de fiscalité. Number 38, an act respecting child and family services in indigenous jurisdiction and other amendments. Loi concernant les services à l'enfant et à la famille, champ de compétences autochtones et autres modifications. Number 39, the Long-Bladed Weapon Control Act. Loi sur la réglementation des armes à lame longue. Number 217, the Men's Mental Health Awareness Week Act. Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur la semaine de sensibilisation à la santé mentale des hommes. Modification de la loi sur les journées, les semaines et les mois commémoratifs.
In His Majesty's name, Her Honor assents to these bills.
Once again, I would remind members to empty your desks out if you have not already done so. The hour being somewhat past 5 p.m., this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, or to the call of the Speaker. Enjoy the break week, everyone, and we'll see you in a week.